Hey, what's going on, Mike? So this is just a research stream. I don't know how long you've been there. I've been kind of like setting everything up as far as what you see behind me. So this is a research stream. Basically, is me just kind of answering a question and kind of getting to the answer live. So it's not like a show or anything. It's just basically just me being live, doing research, either answering a question or preparing for a show. And today I'm looking into whether the Catholic priest that was with Sophia was married and if he is officially Catholic. So I've referred to him as Catholic priest, and people have made it a point to communicate that it's possible for a priest who is Catholic to be married and have a family, or he could look like a Catholic priest but be a priest from like another religion, and they allow people to be married and they allow people to have families. So I'm going to be looking to see, do we see a ring on his finger? And if there's anywhere that we can reference to tell what kind of priest he is. Now, honestly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because the dude is deceased, and we know that Sophia is really the man in yellow, and Sophia in yellow is not his daughter. So none of this matters. However, people have given pushback saying that it's okay that Kenny didn't ask any questions of Sophia as far as her religion or her fake dad, because most people don't know that even though he looks like a priest, that most people wouldn't know that there's different kind of priests. And so my answer is, and you know, I'm ignorant to a lot of that, of stuff dealing with different types of priests outside of the Catholic Church. My response is, the average American or someone who's been Americanized, they see the quote unquote priest get up and they immediately assume Catholic priest, and they assume you can't have a family, including being married or having a child. That's what your average person would think, in my opinion, without doing research or knowing about some stuff. So Mike says, I'm technically a Catholic and he looks like everyone I've met. Yeah, so that's the same way I am. The Catholic priests I've seen on TV and movies and met in person, they all turned out to be Catholic priests. However, apparently there's priests that are like Lutheran and everything else. And I'm like, okay, let's look into it to see, is there any indication of what kind of priest he is? Just so we know, or just so I know that going forward, not to refer to him as a Catholic priest, or that he is not married or does not have a family. If he has a ring on his finger and we can see the left hand, we can assume, oh, he's married. If he doesn't have a ring, we can assume he's not married, and maybe somewhere in the credits or somewhere online or something, it'll say Catholic priest. We're about to find out. So what's going on, everybody? This is just a research stream, not a show or anything. It won't be anything major. It'll basically be just me looking up stuff, and you all kind of can give your input, talk amongst yourself. And if this research stream is well received, when I go to do research, to do shows and do videos, I'll do research streams. That way you all can kind of see my thought process and some behind the scenes stuff in case you're interested in that. All right, so I'm not going to bring up the show behind me. I'm only going to keep the screenshot up to avoid copyright, because I'm going to be watching an extensive amount of the show. You'll be able to hear it, but you won't see it. And then when I do find something, then I'll bring it and put it behind me and be able to show you that. Okay, so let's see. No. So I'm looking at the scene where Sophia in yellow is in the vehicle with the priest. He's got his hand on the steering wheel, but I can't really see his actual left hand very clearly. Let me try to go back. Even when he's in the bed, it's like his right side is facing Sophia, but it's not where you can see his left hand. Yeah. It's like they're hiding that left hand from view. I'm not going to say on purpose. I'm not going to. be paranoid, but we don't really get much priest action. So right now I'm watching episode 1 of season 4. Okay. So here's a good shot right here. You all let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. You say you ready to go down this rabbit hole? Well, I got something. I've got something. We'll just look at it together. You can tell me what you think. So this is when Sophia was walking in. The priest is on the bed. Matter of fact, let me see if I can. Let me do this. Let me let me enhance the photo. Make it easier for us. Because his left hand is visible. Okay. No, wrong one. Okay, wrong photo. Okay, so this is the photo right here. It's enhanced. You know what? Let me get one I can zoom in on. Okay, so I got the photo right here. I think this is it. You can let me know. Let me know what y'all think of this photo. This is from season 4, episode 1. This is when Sophia comes in and she basically does the exposition dump like a mustache twirling villain and reveals that she is the man in yellow. All right, so there's that. Okay, so everybody with me so far? So Mike says, I'm ready to go down this rabbit hole. Okay, well, all right, so here it is. Here it is. So we all agree This is the priest right here. This is Sophia in yellow, man in yellow, all that. So I'm going to zoom in on his left hand right here. So when zooming in, I don't see any hardware on his hand. I don't see anything. I mean, we see a watch because, watches normally go on the left hand. We all can agree watches normally go on left hands, rings go on left hands. So we see the hardware right there, which is the watch. It's shining in the light. So this light right here is shining bright. This light is shining on this hand, and the light from the lamp is reflecting off of the watch. I don't see any hardware right there. I mean, zooming in, there's nothing reflecting off of his hand. Right. So South London reseller says, right, it's the reason why there's no hardware is because he's Catholic and celibate. Well, hold on. Let's pump the brakes. It's possible he could not be Catholic. So let's take it one step at a time. So there's no hardware on his hand. So I think it's safe to say that he did not enter into the township with a wedding ring on. Now, if you all are going to say, well, maybe he took the wedding ring off when he saw Sophia, maybe he thought he was going to get lucky, maybe he's legally married and, all that, that's your business. There's no way to go down that route, but there's no hardware on his hand. So we can officially just say that because he didn't make a move on Sophia, that he's not like that, and that he is not married. I think the case is closed on him being married or not. So Red Star 24, no ring. We still have Boyd with the ring in the trailer. We do. We do have that. We do have that. So that could be a thing. But for right now, for right now, there's no ring on his finger. And we have no reason to believe that anyone in town would have taken off the ring before he went to the clinic. We'll go to the crash scene in a moment. But there's no ring in the clinic. There's no ring in the clinic. So that is a good observation, Red Star 24. It could be his ring that Boyd sees in the trailer. Could be, but he arrived. We're going to assume that in the car crash, Sophia didn't take off the ring and put it on her person. I mean, why would she? Why would she take off his ring? So if something did take his ring off, if he had a ring, it would have been when Sophia took control of the priest and took control of the wheel and was crashing the vehicle into the sheriff's station. So now we're going to go to the accident to see, is it possible that maybe he had a ring on at the accident? We're pretty much acting like we're his spouse and we're like catching him cheating or something. Like, did you have your ring on? Were you cheating? That's how we acting right now. All right, so okay, let's go to the episode. So right now I'm just going through episode 1, looking for the car crash. Okay, we're at the car crash.
Stay with your sister. Why? Just stay here.
Okay, so let me go mute it. All right, so just to kind of tell y'all what I'm doing. So right now I've got episode 1 up. We see the car crash. So we see the Boyd is checking the priest's pulse. Sophia's in there putting on a performance. Tabitha's helping out Sophia. Okay, getting her unbuckled from the seat. The priest has a pulse. Boyd's trying to get the door open. Okay. So they have his left hand visible and we see the watch. So let me just show y'all the watch so you all can know that in the clinic he definitely had a watch on the left hand, and that's what the bling was about. So right there. So that's the watch I was talking about when I said the lamp was reflecting off the watch. Now, we can't see his hand. We can't see any fingers. Yeah, see. Can't see any fingers right there. Boy trying to get the door open. Yeah, see, even there. Can't see his fingers. Still can see the watch. Sophia's putting on a performance. Okay, so that's just a standard Holy Bible that anybody could use. Okay, so let's just see. Let's see. Do the Catholics have a special Bible? Now, I'm under the impression that the Bible they use, they can use the Holy Bible, but let's see. Can Catholic priests use any Holy Bible? Okay. So Catholic priests do not use just any Bible. They must use translations approved by the church that contain the full canon of 73 books. Okay. So while for personal study, they may read other versions, liturgical celebrations, mass strictly require translations approved by the local bishops' conference, such as the New American Bible or Revised Standard Version. All right, so let's look at the New American Bible cover to see if this is the if it looks like this Holy Bible. Okay, so looking at this, here's what we got, y'all. Here's what we got. Here's what we got. So these are some sponsored products. So there's that. But okay, so according to Google, this is the New American Bible as far as in images. So it does not look like what is in front of Sophia's neck. None of these Bibles look like what's in Sophia's neck when they use the Bible to protect her head. So this is the New American Bible. What do y'all think? Yeah, see on the show it just says Holy Bible. So I've seen Bibles like this where it just says Holy Bible, but it's not the New American Bible. Okay, so that's the New American Bible. Now we're going to look at the other one. They said that Catholic priests use. Shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me get back to that scene. So the other one is the Revised Standard Version. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Let's check out Sophia in yellow. What version do they have? That looks like it is the Revised Standard Version Bible that is under Sophia's neck. Look at that Bible. Look at Sophia's neck and look at these. They look like they could be the Revised Standard Version. Uh-oh. And according to Google, and I think Mike said that he's Catholic. He can let us know. I mean, it looks kind of like some of the ones up here. I mean, they're sponsored products, but it says Revised Standard Version RSV Personal Size Bible with cross references. This Bible looks like the one underneath Sophia's neck. They look similar. What do y'all think? Right here and right here. They look similar. Uh-oh. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think so far? Looks a little Catholically, if that's a word. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? I don't know. No wedding band in the clinic. We're going to assume he's not married and didn't take his ring off and no one stole it. I mean, we'll go through the rest of the scene to see if maybe somebody, did a Trudy and stole his ring thinking, oh, well, you're not going to use it anyway. The same way that Trudy was doing Jade. Maybe somebody else has sticky fingers. Because remember, when the bus came into town, everyone from Colony House was ransacking the bus. So maybe that could be the case. Like, oh, you're in an accident. You're quote unquote fighting for your life. But we still gonna go through your things, even though you're probably really injured from your car accident. What do y'all think? Right, Catholicly, it's a made up word. It's some slop. It's some slop. So Facia Dig says, wasn't it another Bible in the back window? Uh-oh, let's look. Was it another one in the back window? Let me look. Oh, she's right. There was. It's red. It is red. Let's see if we can see it. It's kind of hard to make it out. Okay, so dude got a bunch of Bibles. Let me show y'all this. He's got a bunch of Bibles back there. Okay, so just keep this in mind. We'll flip back and forth. I just want to make this large so you all can see what Google has. I mean, I could put it side by side, but I want to make sure that you all can see it. All right, so this is the act. So this right here is what Facia Dig is talking about. It's a red Bible, and it could be this one right here, which is the Revised Standard Bible. It's the new Revised Standard Bible. It does look like that. And then in the back seat, so that's the very back of the vehicle that Facia Dig saw. So, shout out to you. All right, so that's that one. We're going to go forward a little bit. Go forward a little bit. Frame by frame. I mean, dude, is this a Bible right here? I mean, you can't really see, but he's about his business. He's about his Father's business. All right, so right there. So you can't really tell. I mean, so this may be the same thing that we just got through looking at. This red Bible right here, but it shouldn't be, because this part back here is where that rear windshield is, and you know how they have the compartment underneath the rear windshield because the trunk is right there. Then you got the seats. So this might be a different book than we saw on the previous page. I mean, the previous shot. And that too looks like it could be one of these. I mean, it could be this one or this one. Because when I was going to church, and it was a Baptist church, they were using Bibles, but it was like King James Version or International Version. And just kind of looking at what's on Google and just looking at what we can as far as the show, it does somewhat appear that it looks a little New Revised Standard Bible-ish. No, New Revised Standard Version-ish. That's how it looks to me. Okay, so I mean, I don't know. He's looking like he's Catholic, and this doesn't really matter, right? Because dude is dead. It's just that I've been referred to him as a Catholic priest, and people are like, oh, he could be married. He could be a Catholic priest. He could be some other kind of priest, Lutheran priest. I'm like, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes people will come to a comment section and they just want to be contrarian. They just want to debunk. Normally, I ignore comments like that. But there were so many people that wanted him to be able to be married as if they were going to marry him. And I'm like, look, he's dead. Spoiler alert, the man is dead. So if you're trying to get with him, it's too late. It's too late. All right, so let me take, okay, so yeah, you can't really see his left hand that much. Let me take this down. We're going to keep looking. But I think it's reasonable enough to believe that Yeah, this dude. This dude is probably married to God. All right, they're trying to get Sophia out. Okay, this is a better shot. This is a better shot right here of the Bible that was used, and I mean it does look like Standard Revised Version. Let's bring it up. It does look like it could be this, or even though we don't have the cursive letters, it does look like it could be this. And of course, there's different versions of the version. You know, fun fact, there's over 100 different versions of the Bible. And that might be why when you go to a small town, even though there's like 100 people there, there would be like 10 churches. Different versions of the Bible, different versions of the church, different versions of people. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah, it's looking like it's safe to say he possibly could be Catholic. But then some people might say, oh, well, the Lutherans, they use, okay, right here. We can see more of the Bible. That's in the back. All right, let's compare. So looking at that, it's got some writing on it. So that could be, let's go back to New American Bible. Because maybe it could be New American. Okay. So it's possible, and don't quote me on this, but it's possible that what we see in the back seat could be this. It could be one of these two. I think is Mike still here? So Mike says similar style for sure. I'm wondering how much they went beyond generic Bible prop. I don't think the art department really was taking a deep dive like we are, or I am, because they probably were like, dude is only going to have like one or two lines of dialogue, and him being a priest is not going to have an impact on the story because Sophia is... She's basically portraying herself to be a priest's daughter, and I don't think anyone's going to take a deep dive to really look at stuff like this. And plus, in the township, they don't have the internet. So in the township, no internet. So if you don't just know this, you would know to ask questions. So that's the reason why I can't really give people too much of a side eye, and I give them a curve because they don't have the internet like I'm using right now. They probably don't know. And we see that Tabitha, even though she went to a priest for confession, she used a Bible to try to free Sophia. Out of everything in the vehicle, she went to use a book to help free Sophia. So, yeah, Tabitha, she went for a confession in the Catholic Church, but she's not thinking, well, this is the Lord's word. I don't want to use the Lord's word in this type of manner. But let's just say Tabitha is Catholic, and that's the reason why she went to the Catholic Church. And that is season 3, episode like 1 or 2. No, episode 1, before she met Henry. Tabitha being a Catholic, this is how I would do it if I was a writer. Tabitha being a Catholic. So South London reseller says anyone outside of America would immediately recognize this man as a Catholic priest. I would argue anyone inside of America would recognize him as a Catholic priest because that the Catholic priest. I don't have the actual name of like the collar and everything that they wear, but it's kind of like a common thing. It's common. It's common. It's just like a police officer's uniform, a firefighter's uniform, a doctor's coat. That's the white coat, the lab coat. That type of stuff is considered common, where you see it on TV, you see it in movies, you see it on magazines, you see it out and about. You immediately see it and you know what it is, and it's more than likely you're going to be thinking to yourself, this is a Catholic priest, or a priest who more than likely is Catholic. So everyone who was saying, well, he could be Lutheran, he could be this, he could be that, you don't think of those things when you see that priest garb. You immediately think Catholic. Like when I see a nun outfit, unless it's one of the people who are cosplaying as a nun, and you know how they do on Instagram and whatnot, I immediately think, oh, well, she's Catholic because she's a nun. Because it's considered widely known because of how popular the Roman Catholic Church, aka the Catholic Church, is worldwide. Just like when you see the image of a cross and you see a man on the cross, even if you have never been involved with religion and you know nothing about it, you will see the cross and someone on it and you'll think, oh, that's Jesus. Because it's just so generally used, widely accepted. So if I was a writer, I would have it where once Tabitha stops being in denial and being afraid and she gets back on the theory train, one thing that she kind of notices is that the priest that was with Sophia, no wedding ring, he's definitely a Catholic priest by the books he has and what he's wearing. Who is you and how did he have you? Because it is possible for someone to join the priesthood who has a family, but those are like rare exceptions. And those exceptions basically would be something like, you've done so much for the Catholic Church and you've proven yourself that if you're married and have a family and you're like born again, not born again. Yeah, you're born again. You're going to the Catholic Church and then you say, hey, I would like to join the priesthood. They may make an exception for you at that church that you go to if you've been donating money, if you've been going to services, if you've been kind of demonstrating that you have done the duties that a priest would do. They may let you enter into the priesthood with a family, but the exception is so low that people really don't consider even trying to do that, because it's very difficult to be respected as a priest when the rest of them are celibate and they have no ties to the earth as far as a family. And then here you come, you're not celibate, you have a tie to the earth. You can't completely devote yourself to God and to Jesus if you have a wife and kid. But there are exceptions that are made. There are exceptions that are made. So Facia Diggs says, I don't even think they realized that there was even Bibles in the car. Probably not. I mean, Tabitha did grab them. So I do believe that Tabitha, if I was a writer, I would have it to where Tabitha grabbed the Bible. She knew it was the Bible. And then like when she calms down and she's done being afraid and everything, and she talks to Jade, and instead of telling Jade, it should have been you. It should have been you. Instead of her getting in Jade's face and projecting her anger and guilt onto him, because remember when Jim was alive, she wasn't messing with no Jim. It was so bad that Tabitha was not even really having conversations with Jim on what she was going to do. she would just go with Jade and go on a whole theory mission. So Tabitha's projecting her guilt and anger onto Jade, which is misguided because Jade is trying to help you get out of the nightmare, whereas you're blaming Jade for what someone else did to your husband. I digress. So when Tabitha is done projecting onto Jade, being afraid and all that, I think the scene that we get in the trailer when the Scarecrow busts into the cabin, I think at that point Tabitha has gotten over grieving and everything, and she's gonna help Ethan with this quest that was given to him by this fake gem. And I think then she'll start thinking, well, you know what? How is Sophia the priest's daughter, or how was she the priest's daughter? And he was Catholic, no wedding ring. So what, he had a family, joined the priesthood, got divorced? And so when Tabitha would ask questions, Sophia would have answers and it would sound convincing, but it would kind of be red flags because the timeline that Sophia presents wouldn't really make sense. And that's when it would be like, okay, something's going on with Sophia, because remember, the vehicle drove into the township from the direction of the church. No one's ever done that before. And Tabitha, Julie, and Ethan were right there and they watched it happen. That's number one. And you didn't go through town more than once. You immediately drove into town and drove into the sheriff's station, the post office, a direct beeline for it, as if you were targeting Boyd. The next thing would be somehow Tabitha would learn from Kenny that Sophia went outside and was crying. The door was open, but the monsters didn't come in. The monsters always go in when a door is open and it's dark. They're always going to stand there at the door and wait for someone to notice them. Then they come in, or they're going to just be inside. The monsters always come in, but this one time they don't go in. So people are going to be looking at Sophia with a side eye. That's how I would do it. So Rick Costa says different direction and no crows. Right. Different direction, no crows. So I don't believe the priest drove past the tree, because I'm thinking that he drove to the tree and turned around. We just didn't see him turn around. And then that's when he's found Sophia. So I don't think he drove past the tree, but they did go in the wrong way. So I think that happened because Sophia was in the vehicle, and I don't know. I mean, the only thing I could think of is Sophia was in the vehicle, and it's just, she just did not want to go the normal way that you would go, which is driving past the bar, past the gas station, and then going out the way of the church. Just going the wrong way is just something I guess she wanted to do just to do it. Because right now, I can't really think, and this is the thumbnail I made for the video I just dropped on Parkland Media. If y'all haven't had a chance to watch it, you know, spoiler alert on that video. But make a long story short, everyone always leaves out of the town going the way of the church. And they either go there or go there. And then they're going in a straight line, but end up going in a supernatural circle. But the church is always the exit. And in the video, I showed the 4 different times people came into Fromville, which is the ambulance that had Tabitha in it, the Matthews, the bus, and the Stevens. those 4 times we've seen people enter into town, they always go the way of, they enter into town from the barn and the church. No, sorry, I'm sorry. The barn and the gas station. I misspoke. And they always leave out where the church is. So this is the only time in the series that someone's came in the wrong way, and she came in speeding. Came in speeding and went directly into the sheriff's station. So when I mentioned Tabitha, Julie, and Ethan were outside, this is them right there. You can't really see it because of these words. I wasn't expecting to bring it up as far as on a stream, but this is them right there. So Julie, Ethan, and Tabitha, they all witness the shenanigan. So if I was a writer on the show, or maybe on the show they might do this, but I would, the scene where Julie is in the trailer and she was saying that this place is impossible, and she's got like a book in her hand, and she's talking to, I guess she's talking to Tabitha and Ethan. I would have those three at the Matthews house, the Matthews new house, Kenny's former house, politicking, theorizing, and then even somewhere, maybe Ethan or someone says, didn't Sophia and her dad come in the wrong way? We need to have a conversation with her to understand, how did you come in a different way than the rest of us? And then that would start the suspicion about Sophia. That was because they even in the episode they said that the priest had some type of seizure and it was like not natural. Let me try to play that. All right, so take that down. I'm gonna have the American Bible up there. Let me see if I can find that soundbite. And look for the priest's hand, even though I think we've confirmed. I think at this point it's safe to say dude's a Catholic priest. He ain't married. Sophia is the man in yellow. She's the Sophia in yellow. It's case closed. So that way, if people are like really curious, I can just direct them to this video that we're all on in real time. And I can say, see, ain't no way. Ain't no way. He ain't married. So if you're looking for a husband, he's single, but he's also a Catholic priest, so he's not single. He's married to God. Look at, you know what? Let me show y'all this. This right here. Once you know it's Sophia in yellow, and you just see the putting on, just putting on. Oh, it hurts. Please help me. Oh my God. Just putting on. Look at Tabitha. Boys cutting seat belts. I mean, take this down. So Julie and Ethan, they come running up. Look at this. Just putting on. You know what? Sophia in yellow, the man in yellow, they need to get an award. Imagine how Tabitha and the town are going to react when they find out the whole time Sophia is the man in yellow, putting on a whole performance. So Facia Dig says Julie bucked on Sophia. What? Oh, you know what? Normally I would hit the Law and Order sound. I don't even have the sound effects up. It's just a research stream. We up here. You know what? Let me pull it up. You right. You right. There you go. There you go. So yeah, Sophia's up there putting on a whole performance. Just a whole performance. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Just putting on a whole performance. I couldn't come to them as I was, or they would know. Okay, here's the thing. Like you see the ambulance right there? Here's the ambulance. You can't even do this now that they've put tire spikes in the road. And the ambulance is all the way out there behind Colony House in the on the highway. So you can't even give anybody some type of medical evacuation. They're going to have to carry someone or create a triage wherever they're at. Okay, right here. Boom! I mean, well, you really can't see it. You really can't see it because you can't see the top of his hand. But I imagine that in the clinic, we showed just enough to say, you know what? He has no ring on his finger. Here comes Randall. I think I don't know who this is, but I guess she's a part of the emergency team. Okay. Okay. Look at Sophia looking. Sophia's like, oh, okay, you guys are high speed. Because remember, the last time the man, let's just, okay, the last time the man in yellow was in the township, we're assuming that he was the man in yellow, and the man in yellow formed the yellow suit because Victor broke down to Henry when seeing knowledge comes at a cost in the barn. Victor says that he always takes everything good, and then like in the trailer, Victor shows Henry a picture of the man in yellow. So we're assuming that this Sophia thing is a new thing. So the man in yellow may have been used to people not having the talisman stones, not being organized, and everyone basically being somewhat not organized and not systematic like they are now. Because Boyd found the talisman stones, this might be the first time the man in yellow has actually experienced a township version that's actually organized. So Facia Dig says, my YouTube just crashed out of nowhere. What? I'm still live. So Facia Dig, you back? She says they gonna have to take the van like they did with Ellis. Probably so. That's going to suck. That's going to suck, but yeah, that's what they're gonna have to do. Oh, my bad, Sophia and Yellow. When trying to mark your head. Look at Sophia putting on. Just putting on. Let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see the top part of his hand, but not really enough. Okay, let me take this down. So Victor rolls up.
Hey, my name's Marielle. You doctor? I'm a nurse. Okay. She has it right here, too. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
They're trying to pry the priest out at this point.
Is your dad acting strange at all? Did he say anything?
He was. There was a tree on the road, and we were trying to find a way around it to get back on the highway. And then he made a sound, and then he just started shaking, and then we started going faster, and then
You're doing good. You're doing good. It's okay.
You doing good, it's okay. You're doing good, it's okay. If you only knew, Tabitha, if you only knew who you dealing with.
It's okay.
I tried to steer the car, but he was just moving so much and thrashing that I couldn't. And then we.
Okay, you're good. It's okay. It's okay.
Please don't let my daddy die.
No.
Please don't let him
It's okay. I'm gonna give you a second.
die.
Okay.
I don't want him to die.
It's okay. You need to breathe. It's okay. We're gonna take care of him.
Just putting on. Just putting on.
We're gonna take care of him.
Y'all should use a winch.
Stay with Victor.
Huh? What? A winch.
Yeah, Randall was clutch. Randall was clutch. He might have been a firefighter on the outside world. Let's see, can we see the hand? Yeah, see, we can see the hand right here. But can't. Well, actually, you know what? Is that the shot we need? Yeah, because that's okay. This is the best we got. So I see knuckles right here. This might be the shot we need. Yeah, it's okay. It's a right there. Right here. There it is. No ring on his finger. Because these are definitely knuckles. No ring on the finger. I believe those are Catholic Bibles. It is safe to say we had a Catholic priest. Okay? So, right, that's the money. That's the money. So it's safe to say that people in town, let's just say they don't know anything about Catholicism. Got it. Tabitha going to I think she told the Catholic priest that she's Catholic. We'll go back and look at that episode right quick. Yeah, that's money right there. So it's official. It is official. This man had no ring on his finger. No ring on his finger. More than likely Catholic priest. There wasn't any indication that Sophia took the dude's ring. I doubt anyone in the township pulled a fast one. He came in with no ring. He was more than likely not married. Now, The ring that Boyd gets in Colony House, I don't know what that is. I don't think anyone has like a good reason that ring would be given to Boyd. I mean, it wouldn't be by the man in yellow, because the man in yellow is not trying to tip his hand for people to know that it's Sophia, or that Sophia is the man in yellow, and that's not, Sophia is not like a regular girl. Jim is wearing the wedding ring. Even the corpse had a wedding ring, and even the shady Jim at the end of episode 2 had a wedding ring. So it couldn't be that. I don't have anything for it. Same way that I don't really have, the same way that I don't have anything for why a Brian and a Kelly came on the bus season 2 and Boyd served with a Brian Kelly. The same way that wasn't addressed, we may not get anything addressed as far as the wedding band. Right, Michelle says they should be questioning everything about her anyway. Exactly. So Red Star 24, actress in Colombia, so Tabitha is probably Roman Catholic. Right. So even in real life, she probably is Catholic. Matter of fact, let's look it up. So I think the case is closed on this guy. The case is closed. He's wheeled up. Yeah, so the case is closed on him. So let me shut this down. We're going to go to the scene when Catholic, I mean, not Catholic, but we're going to go to the scene where Tabitha went to Maine and talked to the priest. Okay, this is season 3. So I think it's When We Go, episode. No, you know what? I think it was episode 1. Okay. So here we go. Okay, you know what? Let's take a detour. We're taking a detour. Okay, so remember, Shady Jim wanted Ethan to find the Lake of Tears, right? So in the trailer, Ethan and Tabitha are at the log cabin when the Scarecrow busts in through the wall. There's 2 lakes in the township. There's the Brundles, and then there's the one where Jim and Kenny find the wild vegetables. Really, Jim's the one that discovered it, and then Kenny woke up and Jim had already discovered it. So, as a matter of fact, let me show you that part. Okay, that's the next episode, number 2. You know what? I want y'all to listen to this part right here.
Do you remember that, boy? You don't fucking break me. That's what she said.
You know what? One thing I hate, when they were advertising season 3. When they were advertising season 3, they made the cowboy creature seem like he was the big bad of season 3. We only got that Joker for 1 episode, and he's gone. I was like, oh, the cowboy creature's been upgraded. He's boss mode. Let's go. No, that was just 1 episode. And so I feel the same way with Doug's Man in Yellow. Julia Doyle's doing a great job as Sophia in Yellow. She's doing a great job. I like her. I would have liked to see more Man in Yellow, Doug's version, and then had him shapeshift into Sophia and Sophia being a separate character. So we get more of a big bad like we were promised with the cowboy creature. I just wanted to say that because people were like, you don't like Julia Doyle? You don't like the Sophia in Yellow? I think Sophia in Yellow is hilarious, humorous, dastardly, all those words dealing with like a cartoon type of villain. But season 3, episode 10, when we got the Man in Yellow, I was like, whoa, this dude is a beast. And then season 4, episode 1, when it starts, it picks up where season 3, episode 10 left off. And I'm like, oh, this dude's going to be a beast. He's funny. He's humorous. He's not trying to attack Julie or threaten her. He has control over the situation. And then we get a shapeshift. And I'm like, what? What is this? What is this?
D's nuts.
Michelle says, Sophia is giving diabolical Carrie Cycle vibes. She's doing a great job. She's doing a great job with doing that. It's just the same way that we got the cowboy creature. I wanted the Man in Yellow and I wanted Sophia in Yellow with Sophia separate from Sophia Yellow, separate from Sophia. But I like both Julia Doyle and I like Doug. It just feels like Doug's been recast in a way. But I'm not complaining or anything, and I'm not saying that Julia's doing a bad job. It's just waiting a year to see someone and then we get someone else. It's just like, okay, like a bait and switch. Yeah, Red Star says, yeah, they needed to make Sophia scary like the Man in Yellow physically, but that's hard to do. Yeah, it is. It is like it seems like Sophia in Yellow is more, she's more into being deceptive and deceitful. Whereas the Man in Yellow was just like in your face and raw. Just like with this scene with Tien Chen Lu. This scene right here with the monsters, we all love Tien Chen Lu, we all love Elizabeth Moy. But this made the monsters look and appear to be more monstrous. With Tien Chen Lu and her screaming and the way they did her. It elevated the monsters to where it's like, okay, it's about to go down. And then we got episode 2 and it didn't go down anymore. Because the rest of the season was more about solving mysteries and not really dealing with the monsters. So I imagine it's going to be kind of the same way with season 4, where it's going to be less about a big bad and someone wrecking shop to more of seeing the people react to something that they experienced or saw episode 1 or 2 in season 4, and then the rest of the season that they're reacting, and then like towards the end of season 4, then we get the Man in Yellow, and it's like by that time it's just like, okay. So Michelle says Man in Yellow needed to get in there ASAP. He couldn't roll into town with that dirty yellow suit on. He couldn't. Yeah, you're right. He could not have. But now it just kind of presents the idea of why did he need to infiltrate like that? So it does help identify some weaknesses. But I think the Man in Yellow could have caught people one-on-one like he did Jim. And would have been able to do damage and been menacing. Like, don't go in the forest or the man in yellow. I mean, all right, let me ask you this. Why could the man in yellow not have walked into town during the day? Why not? He could have easily walked into town and pretended to be an old man needing help, needing a change of clothes. And you know, Jade and Tabitha I don't think they would have recognized him. Victor might have. And so the man in yellow could have been causing havoc in the daytime, and people are running and scattering. And then when Boyd comes out with firearms, he could have shot the man in yellow, and then we would have known, okay, the man in yellow can be killed by conventional means or not. But I imagine the man in yellow should be like the monsters, where he's not afraid to be shot. Red Star 24, but technically the man in yellow did that already, but Sophia in yellow feels like a different character. There it is. That's what I've been trying to get at. Red Star 24 hits it right on the head. Like the Sophia in yellow feels like a different character, as if it really should have been the man in yellow and Sophia in yellow, like two separate characters. If you're going to go down the one person needs to infiltrate and the man in yellow is in the forest targeting people one-on-one. Like, give us two enemies, because it feels like we have two enemies. That way, the same way that we got the cowboy creature and he was menacing, we could have had the man in yellow menacing like the cowboy creature, and then also had Sophia in yellow infiltrate the town. Thacia Diggs says Victor is absolutely suspicious about Sophia in yellow. You think so? Because we haven't really seen Victor interact with Sophia yet. Mike says they should have worked on shared mannerisms. I think they do have. I think Sophia does kind of have the mannerisms that Doug used for Man in Yellow. But it just feels like two separate characters, because Sophia is being deceitful and deceptive, whereas the Man in Yellow was more sinister and comical. But anyway, so I wanted to show y'all this, just to kind of remind y'all where we came from as far as season 3. Okay, so I'm looking for the part where it was the Catholic priest and Tabitha. Okay, so just so you all are tracking, this is the scene right here. I'm not going to show it, but I'm just going to play the audio.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I can't really remember when my last confession was.
You're here now. That's what matters.
I needed to talk to someone, and I didn't know where else to go. I can't tell anyone who I am, that I'm here. They'll think I'm crazy. I just called my mom. That may have done more harm than good. I don't know. I don't know how I got here. Nothing that I've been through is possible. I feel like my mind is breaking.
Whenever we reach our limits, God will always be there to break our fall.
No. Please don't do that. I didn't come here to talk about God.
Why not?
Because if God is real, then he made that horrible place. He created all the pain and suffering.
Right. So Mike is right. Tabitha went through the Catholic protocol, and she seems like she's pretty Catholic. So, if anything, even though it's been a while since her last confession, Tabitha should be able to have a conversation with Sophia and ask questions about her and her dad. How long has he been a priest? How long has he been a Catholic priest? Did he join the clergy before having you or after? And then sooner or later, Sophia's story is going to fall apart. So it's going to be, I think it should be, Tabitha should be the one when she's done being sad and everything about Jim passing away and projecting her anger and guilt onto Jade. Tabitha should be the one to be like, you know what? Something just doesn't really seem right with you, because you're saying your dad has always been a priest since you've been alive. He's a Catholic priest, and he had you and they allowed him to stay in the priesthood. We didn't see a wedding ring on his finger. Was he ever married to your mom? So let me get this straight. He was a priest. He had relations with your mom, made your mom a single mother. He had you. Did you grow up with him or your mom? You grew up with your mom. Was your mom Catholic? Oh, your mom was Catholic. Did she go to the, like the questions, like Tabitha should be able to ask the questions, and eventually Sophia's story is going to fall apart, because Sophia more than likely, or Satan, or Man in Yellow, Sophia in Yellow, more than likely hasn't really went into the weeds as far as the backstory. And that's when it's going to come out, where Sophia is going to say something that only the Man in Yellow would say that Tabitha would know about. And that's when Tabitha would realize Sophia is not what she appears to be. And then she could run to Jade, and Jade, Ethan, and Victor have already seen the Man in Yellow's clothes or suit at the ruins. Victor could have already communicated about the Man in Yellow, and then with Tabitha clocking Sophia as fake, Victor's past with the Man in Yellow, Jade also remembering stuff and knowing stuff, and Ethan with his powers, because he knows everything, they should be able to be like, you know what? Maybe Sophia is not who she claims to be. Maybe she's working with the Man in Yellow. Maybe she knows the Man in Yellow. Maybe she is the Man in Yellow, and that should be it. So Beehive Girl, welcome. It is slightly possible that Sophia is supposed to be Anglican, or Lutheran, because some of those folks will make the sign of the cross, but why do that at all? I'd be suspicious. Beehive Girl says, I know I'd be initially suspicious if I saw her too. I mean, based off the books that we see the priest have, and he doesn't have a ring on his finger, I think he's Catholic. Someone like Tabitha should be able to ask that question, and then Sophia might say, well, yeah, he is Catholic. Because if Sophia says he's not Catholic, then they go to his vehicle and he's got Catholic stuff dealing with the Catholic Church. Oh, she's lying. So they have the vehicle, they have the evidence, I think they have enough stuff in the vehicle and just looking at the priest's body to put two and two together and start asking Sophia questions. And eventually it's going to come out that I'm not who I claim to be. And I think that's when we're going to get the end of the season. It's just that right now, in my opinion, Tabitha's not thinking straight. Mike says the priest's daughter thing is sloppy. Yeah. Leaving the yellow suit on the ground is sloppy. I'm wondering what's with all the slop. Right. What is with all the slop?
After seeing all the slop out there online about it and just people having...
Oh, right. Slop is all over the place. Slop is everywhere. So, I mean, in my opinion, it really should be that to where Tabitha should be able to clock him. And then, okay, let's say not always, but most of the time, someone's going to marry someone who is also the same belief system as them. Let's just say Jim was Catholic, and at a certain point in time, Julie was raised to be Catholic. Maybe she fell out of the Catholic faith or backslid or whatever. So that means also Julie may know some information, and then boom. Or Julie can story walk and witness the man in yellow turn into Sophia and now has the truth. That would be probably a definitive way for it to come out, where Julie story walks trying to save Jim, witnesses the man in yellow turn into Sophia, and then there you go. Or she just sees the man in yellow and then has a conversation with Ethan. Ethan says, oh, well, Victor said that this man in yellow suit, he was around when he was young. We found his yellow suit. There's so many different ways they can clock Sophia that, yeah. So Red Star 24, they probably stopped going after Thomas. Beehive Girl says a Catholic priest wouldn't have a daughter he was raising, so Sophia being his daughter would be practically impossible. Sloppy is a perfect word for it. Yeah. I would see the priest get up. Let me bring it back on the screen. Just observing him at somewhat, so myself as a non-Catholic, just observing what he has on, I would just assume, oh, well, you're a Catholic priest. And then I would start asking questions. The people in the township, they really need to ask questions. I think at one point they were asking questions, trying to see what everyone had in common as to why everybody would be there. I think people just started giving up. And that's where that is. So I think it's official. I think it's official. Even though the priest is dead, I could start telling people in comment sections like, yeah, I think he's a Catholic priest. He's not married. Here's the video. Woo wop da bam. All right. So this was my first research stream. I think every time I go to do research for a show or a video, I'm going to try to do a research stream. They're kind of impromptu. I just do it whenever I have time, whenever I have energy and all that. So yeah. So if you want to be added to the email list that I have when I email people about a stream or even now a research show or a research stream, send an email to screenlearningcontent@gmail.com. I'll type it in the chat. I messed it up. I mean, it's really like the hat. I used to have a channel called Screen Learning. That's a whole nother story. So, Screen Learning Content. Screen Learning Content. Yeah. So if you want to be added to the email list, it's a blind carbon copy list. So no one on the list will get your email. Only I will get your email. And the only time I email is if I'm going to be going live. But if you send me an email and ask me a question or you have a request for something, I'll reply, but I'm not going to spam you or do anything crazy or silly or outside of being professional or anything like that. So don't worry about that. So if you want to be added to the list, send me an email, add you to the list. If not, and you're added to the list, you want to be taken off, just let me know and I'll take you off the list. Easy breezy. So yeah, so this was the first research stream. I think we got the research down packed. I may either take this down, I may either edit a version of this and put it on Parkland Media or have people come here. So yeah. So there it is. There it is. So Nicole Lane says, just saying it happens. What happens? So Nicole says, copying international litigation is for children of Catholic priests. Oh, coping international litigation? What? What is that? What are we doing? Let me look this up. This is about a lawsuit or something? This is about a lawsuit dealing with coping. What else? Coping International. Okay. Coping International Limited. Children of Priest International. What? What is this business? Children of Priest International. What is coping? What is this? What? Okay, let's go down this rabbit hole. Let's go down this rabbit hole. Okay, so this is a website. What are we doing? Okay, so and so the whole point of determining if the priest is Catholic or not, or if he's married or not, it's not really to just like, make heads or tails of him being married or not. We don't care because he's deceased. But the idea is to kind of give the characters on the show a foothold into exposing Sophia not being who she is. So the priest being married, the priest having children, it's not really a hill to die on. It's just like, when I refer to him as Catholic priest, is it reasonable enough to believe that he could be Catholic? And I think we kind of have proven that by the Bibles that he used as in the vehicle. And then to believe that he's a Catholic priest and shouldn't have a child, is that possible? And I think that him not being married and just believing he could be a Catholic priest could be that thing. But the idea is just to ask Sophia, like a thought exercise in asking Sophia questions in order to see what her answers are, in order to start the process of possibly exposing her as not being who she is. That's all it is. Because remember, the priest on the show is DEAD dead. He's gone. So how he lived his life and what he had going on, it doesn't really matter at this point. I just wanted to say that. So I'm going to entertain this website because I'm curious. It says Children of Priest International, and it says Silentium, the process of silencing the child of an ordained priest or religious concerning the child's identity as the child of an ordained person religious, whilst forsaking the child's intrinsic right to freedom of choice. The moral argument: the unceasing and unyielding claim that a priest or religious must leave priesthood ministry in every case if he or she, in the case of a female religious, becomes apparent. The moral argument is a form of coercive control. Parens refers to the situation where a Latin Rite priest who becomes a parent and laterally recommits to his priestly obligations in full, including chastity and commitment to celibacy, will simultaneously openly acknowledge his biological child as he continues to work as a celibate, chaste Roman Catholic Latin Rite priest. Okay, so I think we can acknowledge that there are exceptions. There's even this link right here, which I'm not going to click on, which talks about teddy bears of priests as clerical abuse victims. And it talks about the enslavement of teddy bears. And I'm using coded words because we're on social media. Then there's stuff about the Vatican. So this is all like exception stuff. And I think the people in the township would not have access to the internet to go deep into this. But I think the idea or the takeaway of this stream is that Tabitha's Catholic, even though she might not be currently practicing like she said. Tabitha is Catholic. The priest, it's reasonable to believe that he possibly could be Catholic. And asking Sophia questions about her dad and the past and timeline and everything may help to uncover who Sophia really is, so that people understand what they're dealing with and who they're dealing with, and that Sophia in yellow is a fraud. So I do acknowledge that that it's possible that he could be a priest, be married, not be Catholic. It is very much possible. But the point of the exercise is, what would Sophia say? What would Sophia say? What would Sophia do? So Robert Saunders says, my mentor in college was a married Catholic priest with children. He was a Protestant pastor who converted to Catholicism and became a priest. Did he wear his wedding ring? Did he wear his wedding ring? Did he wear his wedding ring? Because if he wore his wedding ring, and most people who we would assume are a part of a faith-based system and are married would wear their wedding ring, then this guy right here, being a part of a faith-based system and not having a wedding ring on, would be reasonable to believe that he's not married. Even though your mentor was married and was a Catholic priest, I'm sure he was wearing his wedding ring, which would indicate that he was married. Now, you could say, well, maybe this guy right here, he was married, became a priest, got divorced, and now no wedding ring. And I think the what if scenarios, which are a thing, are valid, and there's no wrong answers. Based off the books that we saw in his vehicle, the fact that he doesn't have a wedding ring on, and that he is dead, I'm going to continue to refer to him as a Catholic priest. And if someone else is like, no, I'm going to refer to him as a priest, okay, cool. I think everybody can be right. So Mike says, Ghost Khatri better have something to effing say about all this. Right. Where is Father Khatri? Let us know, is this dude one of your people? So Robert says, yes, he wore his wedding ring with papal dispensation. The Pope was allowed approximately 200 Protestant pastors in the U.S. to convert to Catholic priests. And that's great. Red Star 24 says, I thought Catholics didn't believe in divorce. Maybe. Oh, you. That's right. Red Star 24 is right. Catholics don't believe in divorce. So now it's like, well, maybe his wife died. But Sophia in yellow said, I want to call my mom. So now it gets messy. Could his could his wife that maybe died be a different woman than her mom? I don't know, but it's possible to really go down a rabbit hole, especially because he's not alive to answer these questions. So Red Star 24 is right. I thought Catholics don't believe in divorce. I think that's about right. Well, really, if you think about it, most religions, they don't believe in divorce. They believe in death do you part, but people get divorced legally anyway. So Nicole says, Father Kotri needs to have another talk with Boyd. Right. Right. So Red Star 24, Sophia and Yellow fan fiction is sloppy. You know what? It's starting based off of the comments here and in the video I made about Sophia driving into the township the wrong way and other comments I've seen, other videos I made. The priest is becoming his own story. Like it's from on MGM Plus, Amazon Prime, and then it's The Priest on MGM Plus, Amazon Prime. Or Sophia in Yellow and her backstory, MGM Plus, Amazon Prime. We're really going down the rabbit hole with this, and I think no one is wrong. Everyone can be right. I'm just hoping that Tabitha has the conversation with Sophia and Yellow and is like, your dad, how long was he a Catholic priest? When did he have you? Was he married to your mom? Just the fact that Sophia said, I need to call my mom, talking to Kenny, no ring on the finger, books associated with a Catholic priest. He's wearing the Catholic priest garb. Kenny should have conversations with people, including Tabitha, and they should all have a huddle. Like they did season 2 with that nursery rhyme, where Bhakta was like, my grandmother said that nursery rhyme, and she says it. Elgin says, oh, I had a dream about the nursery rhyme. And then Boyd, he's taking it all in, and then there's a boy in white somewhere, and then like they should have a huddle. Sophia and Yellow's a fraud, and then we get to see what does Sophia do when she cannot beat a fraud charge. So Red Star 24 says, fair enough. I definitely believe in the right to get divorced. Yeah, especially if things aren't working out. Why waste your time? In my opinion, why waste your time, energy, and maybe even your money and your mind with someone you're not happy with anymore? So I'm gonna tell you my radical thought on how marriage should be. I think the marriage license should be like a driver's license or any other type of license, including a business license, where you apply for it, you get approved for it, you get a license, but then after a year or 5 years, it expires, and then you have to reapply for a marriage license. So if the license expires and you don't renew, you don't go through divorce proceedings. You're no longer legally married. And if you're trying to split assets, you go through civil court. So instead of going through divorce court, you go through civil court. Because most of the time when people separate physically or legally or both, they're already splitting up stuff as it is. So it really should be about going through things civilly or just going through family court for the kids. Now, I know some people would want like alimony and stuff. I don't even really believe in the whole alimony thing. I mean, I believe in child support if someone has a child by you, but you having to pay somebody because you're moving on with your life or they're moving on with their life, I just don't agree with that. It should be, I agree with child support and the children being taken care of, but I mean, if we done, we done. I think marriage licenses should be like that. So Beehive says, I don't know. I did mention it earlier, but I don't think it was talked about, and I didn't list which denomination specifically. Some states are no alimony states. Well, because you can go to, so what some people will do is they'll move to a state which is an alimony state, like California or maybe Texas, and then they'll file divorce proceedings, and then now they're under those state laws. So people do little slick stuff to get alimony and all that, and to maximize how much they can get in child support and all that. Like, people will move to a different state, and so the reason why I'm against it is because to relocate to a different state, you're going to basically create distance between a parent and a child or children. So Robert says divorce court and family court are civil courts. Well, they're civil courts, but it's not a civil proceeding. So with divorce court, they kind of take into consideration why you are divorcing. Whereas if the marriage license were to expire, then why you're separating legally doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to do irreconcilable differences or someone cheated. It's like a normal, you're suing someone because they have your TV and you want to be compensated for the TV that they have and no longer can be located or no longer works. So that's what I'm saying as far as that. So divorce court takes into consideration why you're divorcing, and it's, even though you can do it yourself, it's depending on what assets there are, you might not be able to do it yourself. So let's say, for example, you got a man and a woman, they're married, marriage license expires, both their names are on a house. So normally in a divorce proceeding, it's like who gets the house and who doesn't. Well, both names are on the mortgage and more than likely on the deed and all that. So you could still go through civil court and fight for this house, but it should just be an idea of who gets the house, not going through a divorce proceeding. Because usually if two people don't want to be together anymore, someone's going to move out. But if you have two people who don't want to be together and both of them are living in the house and entitled to the house, it shouldn't be well, we're not married anymore, you got to move. It should be it still is both of our house. Like, the house still belongs to both of us, even though we're not together. So why should I leave? Why should you leave? The only reason why somebody should leave is if either they want to leave or they're a danger to someone else. Whereas in a divorce proceeding, someone actually gets ownership of the property, even though both names are on the deed. But it shouldn't be like that. It should be to where we were together when we got the house. It's in both our names, or it's in your name only, and I've been living with you. I have squatter rights, so to speak. So the only way that one of us should leave is if we want to leave or we're a danger to the other person. But the living arrangement shouldn't change just because we're going through divorce. So Michelle says, just don't get married. Yeah, exactly. Just don't get married. But there are people who are married and they deal with stuff. And I would say this much, just my opinion, but you can get married at age 18, and then when you turn 28 or even 38, you're a different person. You're a different person. They're a different person. And it's no way to really know how you and the other person and the economy and everything is going to be down the road, because 10 years from now, you could be a completely different person or they could be a completely different person. So Beehive Girl says alimony. So Beehive Girl says Texas is a no alimony state, and a man I knew moved here and tried to follow Texas laws, but his wife was still in an alimony state, and that state wouldn't accept him filing in Texas. Yeah. That's how it should be. Like, you shouldn't be able to just move somewhere to get an advantage. It really should be that the marriage license expires, and at that point, you're just kind of single again, unless you renew the license. Now, if the license is still valid and you want to get a divorce before it expires, I would say that'd be cool, but it is what it is. So Robert says, I just wanted to point out that clerical collars are not solely worn by Catholic priests, and I did not know if it was discussed. That is true. The Bibles that we looked at look like they would be used by Catholic priests. So you can't go off of the clothing. Maybe you can go off of the religious books, but the takeaway is that would be just something to ask Sophia in Yellow to expose her as being a fraud. So not to get in the way of that by saying, well, we're not going to ask Sophia about her dad being Catholic or not because he could be with a whole host of different religions. No, you're asking Sophia about him and about her to expose her as Sophia in Yellow, the man in yellow. That's the whole point. That is the whole point. So him being Lutheran, this or that, I mean, let Sophia in Yellow determine what is what and then go off of her story and then compare and contrast with the papers in his vehicle, and then you can clock Sophia in Yellow as being a fraud. Now, the reason why I went through the exercise of the research stream is because I've been calling him a Catholic priest and assuming, but I didn't really have anything to back it up. I believe now I have something to back it up to where if someone's like, well, he could be a different kind of priest. I'm like, well, I'm going off the books he has, no ring on his finger. I'm going to go with how I'm going. And if I was a writer, I would have it to where people are unsure like we are and would ask Sophia and see what her answer is, then go through the books and paperwork in his vehicle to determine what he is and compare it to what Sophia is saying. Now, so Sophia may try to burn his vehicle to hide evidence. Then you really give the side eye because, wait a minute, out of all the vehicles in the township, the one that burns up is your dad's vehicle? That seems suspicious. That seems very suspicious.
That was sus.
Right. It's very suspicious if she burns the vehicle. So Beehive Girl says, I think that would be a good system. I had a friend who said that same thing after her divorce, and I think it would make sense. Yeah. Because, I mean, in this day and age, I mean, in my opinion, the only reason you should get married is if you're religious. If you're not religious, I don't think you should get married. And I'm talking about a devout believer, because that's the whole purpose of marriage, is like you're going before whoever your God is or gods, and you're getting married as far as that faith-based system. Now, getting legally married, I don't think anyone should get legally married because you don't have to. You don't have to. And I think the laws are the way they are to basically ensure that the children are provided for. But in my opinion, I think that people should be religious. They should be devout and religious and believers, and they should get married like that. Because if you are devout and you are religious and a believer, the congregation that you're a part of, the synagogue or whatever, they'll be the ones to hold the person accountable. And I imagine that that would make it to where more families are involved with the marriage process, including courting, and not just two people who date and just want to, get married or whatever. Because most of the time when children don't grow up with everything they should grow up with is because you got two people who were in love and they wanted to get married to be committed to each other when they really should have been committed to God. Because you get structure, order, and discipline through faith-based systems, especially in America. In America, we're more modern, and the idea of courting and the parents picking who's going to marry the kids and everything, we don't do that anymore. So the only structure, order, and discipline that you get is from religion, unless somebody's like, in the military or something. But that's the reason why divorce rate is so high, is because there's no actual system where girls are raised to be wives and boys are raised to be husbands that we used to have. But I mean, you do kind of get that with religion, but most people are not devout and they're not believers. So to me, the only people who should be getting married are people who are actual believers and are religious. Everybody else who wants to have a commitment, stay committed to each other, prove your commitment to me or whatever. I mean, there's no way to prove your commitment because people are getting married and still cheating. People are getting married publicly, putting it on social media. We're going to last forever. $1 million wedding and then still cheating, still abusing each other. So there is no actual quote unquote commitment to a human. But I think just the way we as humans are, we would be more committed to a deity like God or something, or Allah, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him. We would be more committed to that than to another human. So Robert says, I showed up late. Can you show a picture of the Bible you were talking about and briefly explain why you believe it is a Catholic Bible? I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. So I'm going to ask, for you to rewind it back, because that we did a whole thing with that. And if you could just rewind the live stream, that will be provided. But I will show this. So the Bibles that we compared it to were these ones right here. And according to Google, this is the Revised Standard Bible that we did the comparison to, and then the New American Bible. So we compared it to these two. Just rewind the live stream back or watch on the replay and you'll have that. And the only reason why I don't really want to go through what we just did on the stream is just because that was a lot to go through. And right now we're just chit-chatting. And actually, I'm thinking about wrapping it up because this was just a research stream just to find the answer. And now that we have the answer, at least I have my answer that I'm going to go with, so I can be confident when I say Catholic priest or priest. And, when talking about the show and everything, and I'm like, yeah, somebody should be asking Sophia and Yellow about her dad, I could speak with confidence that the Bibles that we see in the vehicle, the fact that we did not see a wedding ring on his finger, is reasonable for me to believe that it's reasonable to say he's a Catholic priest, and that Sophia and Yellow should be questioned by the people in town, especially Tabitha, because, and I just showed it for season 3, episode 1, she is Catholic. She might not be a practicing Catholic, but she is Catholic. So Mike Sullivan says the first instance of cheating occurred mere seconds after the Big Bang. So Beehive's girl says the stream was interesting. Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm gonna do more research streams when looking for stuff. So really, the what I do and how I think and my thought process and everything, I'll share that. and that'll be the research streams. And maybe if people like that, I'll do that more for preparing for an actual stream, an actual show. So the next stream that's planned for is this Friday, the 1st at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern. And it's going to be about Jim, who was all fidgety. Let me try to get that picture. Yeah, Jim was looking really suspicious. He was looking real suspicious talking to Ethan. He looked over his shoulder 2 or 3 times. And if you've ever grown up with a parent who had a problem, like some type of addiction, or you know of someone who had a parent who had an addiction, the way Jim was acting is as if this is a parent who's a crackhead and is like, I need you to go to the store and I need you to go down to Johnny's house and ask his dad if he could just give me a little medicine to hold me off. I ain't got no money. And the reason why the parent who has a problem would ask the child to go is because it may be difficult for the street pharmacist's dad to tell a child no, as opposed to the mom who has or the parent who has a problem. That's how people who have a problem think. They think in terms like that. Jim was acting like he was on that stuff and was wanting Ethan to go do something for him, because if a teddy bear gets arrested, it'll be no big deal because it's juvenile. But if I get arrested, I'm gonna do some jail time. That's how Jim was acting. Bring me a few hits of them Lake tears, right? That's how Jim was acting. If y'all just go through and just see, right? Michelle's right. It was real crackheadish. Season 4 of From is giving us a completely new show with the same characters and the same setup. Jim was acting like he was on that stuff. Even Ethan was looking like was asking what's wrong. I mean, Jim is dead, right? Jim is dead, but acting like he's still a living crackhead. So I'll do a research stream maybe tomorrow, maybe later on today. I don't know. We'll do a research stream on that because I was thinking the Lake of Tears should be the Brundles, and I'll go through why that is. No, you know what? No, we'll do a Friday. I don't need a research stream. I already have the answer to that. Make a long story short, I think the Lake of Tears is going to turn out to be the water system. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Let me just show y'all. So I'm looking for the scene now. Okay. Here it is right here. Now remember, in the trailer, they're at the log cabin. They're at the log cabin when the Scarecrow busts through the wall like Kool-Aid. So they're at like this log cabin, and Tabitha and Ethan are in the log cabin in the trailer. So Kenny wakes up from the log cabin. He runs out looking for Jim. Jim's out there. He's found some wild vegetables. You see that behind Jim? That's water. So Jim's the one that found the wild vegetables. Jim found the wild vegetables, and that's out there where some water is. So because Ethan and Tabitha are in the log cabin, in the trailer, and Crackhead Jim wants Ethan to go find the Lake of Tears, I think that the real Jim would know this would be, let's say, the Lake of Tears, if this is where Ethan is heading. If Ethan is heading here, and this is like the reason why Ethan was in the log cabin during the trailer when the scarecrow busted in, if Ethan believes this is the Lake of Tears, then the real Jim, who actually discovered this lake, would know this is the lake. That, like, he would know where it is. So I guess Jim, I mean, it's possible you could say the real Jim may not know that Ethan knows where it is. That's why he said that Ethan needs to find it. But if this is the Lake of Tears and Ethan comes here saying this is the Lake of Tears, if that was the real Jim at the end of episode 2, season 4, I'm sure he would have given Ethan some information like the Lake of Tears is at the settlement. Your mom knows. Because he did speak of take care of your mom and take care of Julie. So if it was the real Jim and the real Jim is believing this is the Lake of Tears and that Ethan would know about this, then the real Jim would have told Ethan to find the settlement. That's the Lake of Tears, and then boom. But Jim was telling Ethan, I need you to find the Lake of Tears. Not go to the Lake of Tears, but find the Lake of Tears. The real Jim has already found this, and I'm sure he knows about the Brundles. So that's why I believe that the crackhead Jim is not the real Jim. Yeah. Right, you said Jim hair in the shot is yeah, Lord, yeah. I mean, he just woke up. Think about how often you see them in From using a brush or a comb. Not that often. He just woke up. There's nowhere to take a shower. He's more focused on feeding the nation. So we'll go over that Friday, crack jokes and all that. Yeah, crackheadish. Yeah, exactly. So we'll go over the addiction gym this Friday on the 1st. That'll be that stream and that show, and we'll just kind of go over that. Right, Jim is not beating the allegations. Exactly. I know a crackhead when I see one. Exactly. Yep, exactly. So basically this is the research stream for it. If you think about it, this is already the research stream, and then we'll do the actual thing this Friday. So there it is. All right. So there it is. So I think a lot of you have liked the stream being left up whenever I'm done with the presentation. So this was a research stream. So it's not an actual quote unquote show. So what I'll do is I'll put some music on in case anybody wants to chit chat amongst yourselves. And when I see that everybody is done chit-chatting in the stream, then I'll end it. So this was a really good research stream. I'm gonna do more of these when I go to research stuff for a video or for a live stream. And so yeah. So enjoy the music, talk amongst yourself. I'll check in periodically to see if anybody's chatting. When everybody leaves, I'll shut this thing on down. Thanks for joining me.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again.
You ain't see me activated. You better hope that you never see me agitated. I think about my actions, plan them out, evaluated. That's how I end up on the top, man, I'm calculated. My mind's a weapon, my body is the engine. I'm never second guessing, I just do what I was destined. Cause I feel I got the blessing, persistence and obsession. That's how you keep progressing, I already learned that lesson, yeah.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
No fear, see clear, you deserve to be great. I know it feels like things get in your way. Push through those walls and the others will fall. Sit up, stand tall, you can get through it all. I need some energy, anxiety's no friend to me. I have a short memory, I don't really remember things. That's how I move on, that's how I stay strong. A new day's on, I'll keep moving right along. And I feel like the pain in the past, it needs to stay in the past. You gotta take off the cast. I wanna feel like I'm a new person. I wanna have clear vision and purpose. And I feel